Oh my god, there we go. Windows decided to change the name of my mic again. Oh good. Off to a great start. Anyway. Let's get into wonderful, wonderful things in ancient Rome, which, as I've been promised, lots of intrigue and plot twists. So, let's get there. Also, I definitely should have fixed the raffle now, so that should all be working. We tested it earlier, and it is actually recording votes finally. Wasn't doing that last week. Okay, new game. Let me know if the audio for the game is good, or if I need to bump it up or down. It's a mystery adventure with multiple endings. It rewards thoughtful conversation and exploration, not brute force. The fate of the city is in your hands.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Select my body type. Okay. Sure. Somewhere. Go with that. Yes.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Your recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. Your time on the run from authorities has made you quick on your feet, and you're 25% faster when sprinting. You have a military-issued firearm, but only 10 bullets. You'll have to use them judiciously, since there's no way to get more. Years of studying history give you occasional insights into the ancient world. Well, yeah, it doesn't really. I'd probably be... I'm gonna go with the archaeologist, though, because that sounds like something I would do.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Oh, okay. Do you have a name, maybe?
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
First of all, let's start with, who are you? You got all my information.
Oh,
Who are you?
there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
Kind of, but that still doesn't explain anything. You're not even gonna tell me your name.
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
You don't have to give me a real name. You could give me a fake name. I would just like something to call you other than, hey, you stranger. I'd really like to know, especially if I'm going to be helping you. And when I run into Al, I'd like to be able to tell him who sent me.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Okay. Well, thank you for saving my life, Karen.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yes. Who is Al?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
So he washed up, I washed up. Why are you just standing here by the river with a fire waiting for people to wash up? Yeah, so where exactly are we?
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Oh, okay. There's a long river. Can you tell me anything about the ruins?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
Uh-huh. Yeah. Have you tried calling for help?
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Okay, I can see I'm not really getting my questions answered, so that's all the questions I had.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Yeah, sure. I'm in.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I would.
Oh, a flashlight. And all of a sudden the background pops into focus. A heavy-duty, powerful, or battery-powered flashlight. This thing better have decent batteries in it. Flashlights don't run out of battery that quickly. Alright. An old wooden rowboat. Karen must have used it to rescue me from the river. Yeah, but she said there's nobody around in any direction. So who is she and why is she here? I was asleep on this not long ago. It smells of campfire smoke and sweat. Delightful. Hey, dragonfly. What's up, buddy? Ooh, is that non? No, that looks like fish. Never mind. Never mind.
The ruins are just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
Okay, calm down, calm down. Let me explore. Use that to raise my flashlight. Oh, good. Can't tell if that's a bird or something else. Kind of sounds like a locator thing. Alright, I've entered the ruins. Oh boy. Well, at least he lit the torches. A rusted metal torch, which must have been lit by Al. I'm going the right way. I'm kind of impressed it's still lit, I guess. Some pretty hefty stalagmites. Had to run it through in my head. Stalactites versus stalagmites. Hold shift to sprint. Well, okay, well, what if I don't want to sprint? The waterfall looks weird. I know it's just graphics, but it just looks like, I don't know, ribbons coming down instead. I don't seem to have a stamina meter. Like to see that in my games. As an archaeologist, I should be somewhat fit. Spend all day digging and hiking out to remote places. Oh, invisible walls. Lame. Okay. Thought that plant was a spider for a second. Okay, well. It's a military-style backpack. A backpack full of worn hiking clothes and empty food packets. Nothing valuable here, but still, it seems strange that Al left it behind. Indeed. Edges of this room? Alright. Can do. Why can't I look back at the top of this? Alright, a backpack might be useful. Why am I not taking a backpack? Anyway.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place."
Gotta love doors that close behind you.
Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
An ancient Roman statue of an unknown man, in an inscrutable pose. One hand seems to welcome, and the other warns. Which is which? A golden carafe, fixed permanently in place. Good, good. I'm going to guess that I can walk around this outer edge. Ah, and I can jump. I forgot I could jump. Nothing on the pottery over here. Ah, Latin plaque. A Latin plaque which reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Good, 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 good. Looked at that. We looked at the statue. There's a fun way out. Okay. I can walk everywhere now. Ah! Okay. There we go. How convenient. Tomb Raider has taught me. Investigate all the corners. Looks like there's a nice mural down here. Well, I did just get fished out of the river. I probably smell like river water. So, you know, baths are good. Glad the flashlight's waterproof. Ah, clearly our friend has been here. They've got some clipping architecture going on there. Can't light torches. Some nice ceiling tiles. More clipping textures. Well, not textures. Clipping architecture. That's okay. Didn't see anything in the water, so let's go forward, I guess. You were supposed to be Artemis. creepy. The way that shadow works. Oh my god, that's horrifying. Look at that. Ghost hands. Nobody else quite has that. Well, there we go. There's shadow grabby hand. Nobody? I'm nobody? Nobody at all. Not at all. Interesting. I gather this is the White Hallway? Everyone seems to be in positions of fear and wariness. What am I hearing that sounds like slicey metal blades? Oh, okay, the White Hallway is more obvious. That would make sense. Let's see. An ancient Roman mosaic depicting a godlike figure turning a man into gold. Oh. Real life King Midas. Interesting. A young Roman woman in a pose of lamentation. Ah, yes. These are not really statues. These are people. This one's foot is through the wall. What about you? Can I... Ah, you have a plaque. Perfect. Archaeologist insight. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Excellent. Sorry, ma'am. I was really not trying to look up with your skirt. Ah, graffiti. Cogitant umes demens sum sed testor ego. That actually is pretty readable. My Latin's a bit rusty, though. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I swear they move when you turn your back. Believable. Like I hear something. Why are you here? Looking for more graffiti now. You hear the slicey blades? Oh, what? There was a statue there before, right? Or is it supposed to be her? Maybe it's supposed to be her. I can hear the slicey dicey blades again. Alright, so that's the only graffiti there. A Roman gladiator mid-stride. What could have made a gladiator flee? A lot of things, maybe? Hearing the sounds again. I'm sure it'll make a lot of sense shortly. I'm not missing anything in here, right? I don't see anything, so I'm just gonna keep going for now. Okay, you were asking me in English before and I wasn't answering. You're gonna ask me in a different language. I'm probably not gonna answer anymore. Oh, even more. Even more. I mean, I don't know why they're concerned about the gladiator running. The Roman soldiers were running. That would have been hint enough as well. The shadow effects are really freaky. They look like ghosts behind him. Oh, there's some up on the second level here. Oh boy. Talk to me? Anybody? Helpful graffiti artist? Please? A young Roman woman. It looks like she was begging for her life. A lot of them look like they're begging for their life, which, you know, is somewhat concerning. He lit everything in here, theoretically. Alright, that's an invisible wall over there. It's another woman begging for her life. Yes, yes, I can hear you. I always hear the voices in my head. I always listen to what they have to say. I still hear what sounds like trap blades. No traps yet. A Roman military commander attempting to scramble away from something. Uh-huh. Yup. Okay, that's just shiny wall reflections. Well, let's move on, I guess. A Roman legionary in a state of terror. Sensing a theme. Oh. Kind of a nice cave, though. Must have had a hell of a time lighting the area, though. That is quite the face, sir. Quite the face. A Roman woman who appears to be praying for help that never came. Okay. Statues are talking to me. This is going good. Definitely didn't hit my head on any rocks in the river. Oh, I can't go up there. Oh. I was gonna say, this man is, levitating. But it's because he's hanging. Sure, let's read the inscription.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Yeah, but see, now you got my curiosity going. Now I can't not go through the portal. I was gonna say, those looked like more modern boots than I would have expected, and I was right. Huh. A golden statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is that possible? Found himself in the past, goldified. Suicide is one of the endings. Why does it let me up here when it doesn't let me up any of the other rocks? Okay, now it doesn't let me up anymore. Guess I just didn't think anyone would climb up there, maybe. Alright, well, let's check out this godforsaken door from the past. Or to the past. Not from the past. To the past. Oh, look. Spammers are here to visit. A young Roman woman in a state of panic. I need your help. Everybody needs my help. What? Did you... what? Did you fall over? What would make clinky noises? I did knock over a statue? Okay. Didn't think I had hit it, but yes I did. Oh, there's a temple up there. Neat. It's running water. This way? No, it just like straight up ejected me. Oh, did I get myself stuck? No, okay. Alright, Whispers. Coming, coming. Oh, that. Yeah. What if I went this way first, though? A Roman man on his knees, as if begging his gods for mercy. Yes, yes, yes. Any helpful graffiti? No? Just a skeleton. The remains of a human. Whoever it was died a long, long time ago. Are those my bones? Have I died? Well, I found a hole in the map. Anyway. I'll stop going places I'm not supposed to go now. Oh, a lighter. An empty lighter. It must be what Al used to light all of these torches. Is it now? Yes, voices. Hush for a minute. Oh god, it just sucks me in. Mechanic for a later quest. Okay. Press tab to check your quest journal and inventory. Space-time is very bright. Oh, that mosaic. A Roman relief depicting a great circular portal and two women. I wonder who they could be. Figure out how to return to my time.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Shrine of Proserpina?
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
You're talking in very modern inflections. Yeah, Proserpina. It's Persephone, yeah.
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine?
Well, funny story that, and it's okay if you think I'm crazy. But, my name is Alice, and I've just come from the future.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right,
Probably.
friend. Everyone's welcome here.
What is today's date? Just so you know.
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March?
Do you have a year?
It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from, exactly?
So, it's 65 CE.
CE? No idea what you're talking about.
That's okay.
But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Sure. Do people who arrive here normally arrive out of the shrine?
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Sure.
Follow me. When As you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Ooh, I like it. Just going to assume
Only
that-
23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
So then who built?
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
I like you. Aurelia looks busy. I should try talking to her again later. Yeah, she looks real busy, leaning up against the wall there.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say.
Whoever defecated here needs to see a doctor. Yep, good old Roman graffiti. But there's 23 of them. Who built this place? I don't think 23 of you put together all of this.
Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
Hello? Stranger looks busy. I should try talking to her again later. Okay. Garum, a fermented fish sauce used as a condiment, gives off a faint, salty aroma. Indeed. Put that
The
down.
bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her.
And that doesn't worry you. Don't steal anything. Don't hurt anyone. Don't. Whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish, evidently.
Up here on your
The
right
builders
is
are all the
chasm.
people that have already
If
been
you've got a weapon,
notified.
it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
Don't mind me,
Greetings,
I just
citizen.
climbed up the
My
fountain.
name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Do you mind telling me what this is about?
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today.
Oh, good. Showed up on election day. Oh, I suppose leave the way. Shouldn't cause
Follow me.
trouble on my first day here. My
The
first
only thing
day.
you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way.
Hello.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. The name's Domitius. You want to
That's your
get to
story?
Malleolus, you go through me.
Why are you dressed like a gladiator?
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
Okay, but you're nowhere near an arena.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
Okay. I'd like to meet
Too
him.
bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it.
Probably not.
I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Okay. What exactly would you like?
Dunno. Something good.
Well, I'll see what I
Just
can do.
make it good.
Do you know a way out of here?
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Well, I kind of want real plumbing again. Just a little bit. But, what do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think it's gone on long enough. And Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
I kind of see where this is going. How's he going to do that?
He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
Can I help in some way?
We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Understood. I assume you're going to vote for Malleolus.
Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us?
Noted.
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
And I saw you running and screaming earlier. Anyway, Sentius and Malleolus, same excrement, different smell. I appreciate some of this graffiti.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
He
If
didn't
you're
want to wait on
trying
the
to
stairs
goad
for me.
into an
I
argument,
like it.
It won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Centilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
As if I'll be afraid of you, little man.
Okay. Let's go. You can lead the way now.
What now?
Who are you?
I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
How did you end up here?
I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Ram. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
I see. What can you tell me about the magistrate?
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
Do you know of a way out of here? Off chance, although I'm sure if you did, you'd have already taken it.
I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. but I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Can I see the citizen register?
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Do I actually have to remember to get it back? That might be a problem. Okay. Aurelia, commoner, tavern keeper, tavern slave, claims to know a way out. Claudia, patrician, wife of Malleolus, central villa. Decius, commoner, merchant, quarters of the forum. Domitius, Malleolus' guard, quarters in the slum. I think you could let your guard stay at your house. Anyway. Aurelius, commoner, unable to work, imprisoned in warehouse. Keisha, patrician, vestal priestess. Fabia, commoner, baker. Galerius, commoner, farmer. Georgius, foreigner. Wow, foreigner is a different class from commoner. Merchant of clothing. Hannibal, foreigner, forage for scrap. Potentially died in cistern. Horatius, commoner, guard, also lives in the slum. Why do all the guards live in the slum? And their people are guarding live in the fancy villas. Surely they have a room to spare. Kabash, foreigner, fisherman, slum. Notes disappeared. So far, I note 2 disappearances probably related to the cistern. Julia, patrician, debt bondsman to Malleolus. Middle villa. Livia, commoner, hairdresser. Slum, notes, now refuses to work because something's happened to her. She's the old lady. Lucretia, foreigner, duty nurse, lives in the slum. Malleolus, patrician, duty, quote-unquote, money lending. Middle villa, notes, not to be trusted. Navia, commoner, physician, locked herself in palace. Octavia, patrician, cleaning, gardening. Rufius, commoner, patrol, increasingly agitated. Okay. Sentia, patrician, pupil, restricted to her villa for her safety. That must be one of the daughters. And Scintilla, patrician, pupil. Notes missing. Sentius. Boy, does he love the play on his name. Very, very Roman naming scheme. Patrician, magistrate, lives in the upper villa. Ulpius, commoner, debt bondsman to Malleolus. There's a lot of debt bondsmen to Malleolus. Seems like he owns everybody. That's probably a problem. Virgil, commoner, architect. And that looks like all of it. Thank you.
Of course.
What do you think about the Golden
Well,
Rule?
as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like hundred-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check.
Maybe I should have
It's
had you tell me
brutal,
what
of
the actual
course.
Golden Rule is.
But effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it.
I guess you have to be able to trust the people you're with. I'm not gonna lecture him on war crimes. Anyway, are you saying you're in favor of it?
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca
Very
the Younger
pragmatic.
wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing.
Cool.
If you like,
Obviously, I'm guessing you're gonna vote for the same guy.
not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius.
Sentius, yep.
Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
Can I
I
help?
appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Appropriately. Can we talk about Scintilla?
What business is that of yours?
I know I just got here, but I'm totally
A
looking
lot
for
of
her.
people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better?
Sometimes fresh eyes help.
I suppose that's true.
Also, I haven't lived here for very long. All of maybe 10 minutes. So, you know, I might be able to see something. Anyway, did you notice anything suspicious before she went missing?
Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better, though, I suppose.
Let's not bluff about things that I don't
Fine.
understand yet.
All right. Please keep an eye out for anything
I
that might
screwed
lead us
things
to
up.
Scintilla.
A little bit, because I didn't actually go follow up to here.
Ave.
So he had to come out to talk to me. Hi.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Yes?
A curious name to match a curious accent.
What would have happened if I'd have
But
chosen,
I
like,
digress.
Octavian or something?
I see you have the piercing
That
and
is actually
astute
a Roman
eyes
name.
of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains many hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, no, it's very pretty.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
No, but the more people you add, the worse it's gonna get. And right now, everyone's dependent on each other for survival. Makes it kind of like you're not gonna do something. But no, I really can't say I have.
Nor could I, until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in
Yeah,
this
it certainly
city
has
is
the look
about
of
to
somebody
break
who
the
has
Golden
secrets.
Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Yeah, did you find anywhere that, like, actually defined what sins were, pray tell?
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Ooh, boy. Video game logic. If there's red text during observation or speech, you could commit a sin. That's good to know. I think so far I've stayed away from those. You know, I don't know that I should... Oof. I don't think I should lecture him on legal and moral distinctions because I come from a time many centuries in the future where humanity has evolved to a certain extent. There's no point in telling the people of the past that their stuff is barbaric. It's the way they've lived. So, I guess, kind of makes sense.
I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows.
So,
I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
blasphemy and treason are clearly not sins or everyone would be dead. Anyway. What did you mean when you said Proserpina sent me?
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Yeah, no. 2,000 plus-ish years in the future.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
Well, he had all been turned into golden statues.
I have imagined it, our downfall 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
How exactly does this ritual work? Is there a way to, like, send me back?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across
Sacrifice of what?
instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
Well, I did see human remains in the temple.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
I guess I'll do my best. You might need to perform it so I can get back, though.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask.
No
for.
promises. Why can't you investigate?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for
Will it?
me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, but I shouldn't be asking things about the daughter whose name I shouldn't know, being a new person. But whatever. Do you have any suspects?
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh
Sometimes
pair
with
of
math
eyes.
problems, yes.
The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Do you think it could be related to Scintilla's disappearance?
Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but
Don't
that
exactly
was
look
over
like a
3
grieving
weeks
man.
ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful.
So how do I know you're not the person responsible?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you, I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people?
Because you're acting like the long-suffering saint. There's no way you don't have a dirty secret. Everyone's got secrets.
I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
All right. If I do this, will you help me get back to my own time, please?
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here.
Breaking the time
Thus,
loop, got it.
you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Okay. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. I'm not gonna come back to a completely different world because I saved these guys, right? Yeah, sure, why not? That's all the questions I had.
Good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
Well, you know, I don't really have much choice.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust.
Dude, I got like 5
I
hours.
authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Alright.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
I'll get right. Sure. I'll get right on it. Pardon me. Click the icon behind it. Gotcha. Create a time paradox. I need to figure out how to get into Malleolus's villa. So we should go figure out what happened to her, and we should ask the residents of the villa. What was the thing that was like... tell him about... what's his name? I mean, I was gonna wait to do it anyway, but I just don't see it in here. But, no, my plan is to talk to everyone before I make any decisions of any sort. Scintilla, to Sentius and Sentia, may Clementia give you the strength to forgive me. I am sorry to have to leave you this way, but I have found a way to escape, and I must take it. I hope we meet again someday. Well then. A ceramic ink jar. The ink appears to be made from soot and water. I'm waiting for there to be something inscribed on the bottom of one of these things. This brass has been polished into a rudimentary mirror which has been used for applying makeup. Well, no secrets there. A small vial containing a rudimentary perfume made from flowers and oil. Excellent. Same thing? Yes, same thing. Cosmetic jar. A brass jar containing some sort of powder for makeup. Okay. Stand on this and search. Let's not steal from that. Stealing seems like potentially a bad thing to do. Might get things turned to gold. Dear Diary, today my father suggested I write a diary as a way of keeping myself occupied while we all deal with the sudden and devastating disappearance of my sister. As a dutiful daughter, of course I shall oblige. The following pages contain my innermost secrets. I know you're reading this, Father. I may be young, but do not think me stupid. We're all entitled to our secrets. Sentia. Ha! I like her. Does your mirror have anything to it? Negatory. Can I not look at this paper? This paper looks interesting. A sculpture of Ares, the Greek god of war, known to the Romans as Mars. That's an interesting thing for a girl to have. Okay. Let's
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Sure. Definitely. These carrots are purple, as they were before modern orange carrots were cultivated. It's no doubt unpleasant cooking with such poor ventilation, but Romans probably regard that as their servant's problem. Very true. I just arrived. I just nearly drowned. Can I have a snack, please? A Roman fire shovel made of bronze. It smells like ash. Gee, I wonder why. Alright, I guess I don't get
On
fed.
your best behavior, I trust?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I don't need a guide. How many sets of people have at some point lived here and died here? That's Athena. Oh, I want a piece of bread so bad.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Who are you?
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
I'm not from around here.
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs.
Rude.
Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Oh, to them I'm speaking Latin with a weird accent, and to me they're speaking English, but they think they're speaking Latin. Or they are speaking Latin. It's, you know, fun timey-wimey stuff. Do you know a way out of here?
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Can I help with that?
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
Sentia and Scintilla, why are your names all so similar?
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla.
When did you last see her?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went
Oh
into
God,
our
teenage
rooms.
girls in love.
I went to sleep. And when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
She was seeing someone.
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
Why is that, do you
Because
think?
our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
My father didn't mention any of this when I spoke to him.
That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset,
that feeling,
of course,
yeah.
but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done.
Is it possible her lover was involved?
I don't know. But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
That's a frightening eyebrow-raising expression. Anyway, you look surprisingly relaxed about your sister's disappearance.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Are you?
Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and
Okay.
never speak to me again.
Alright, fine. I've already searched all your room, so we're good. Haven't been upstairs yet, though. You don't have anything else. I'm not bluffing on anything at this point, just because it might get me answers, but it might get me into places that might get me into more trouble. Where if I pick up more clues, I could probably bluff my way through it, but... Scintilla to Sentius, may Jupiter Optimus Maximus continue to protect and guide you. Thank you for making me your daughter, and for the lovely birthday pendant. I promise we'll wear it always. I feel so safe and fortunate to have you as my father and Cynthia as my sister. I sense you've been feeling apprehensive about the election next month, but if you can just show them the strong and dependable man I know you to be, you will be re-elected. I'm sure of it. Huh. So she was adopted, even. Wonder if she found her some real parent. Lots of busts of Athena around. Real nice views. Excellent. A small household shrine where ancient Romans offered daily prayers for protection. Yeah, to who, though, are you offering prayers to? Don't immediately recognize those. Alright. Wouldn't leave something important laying about up here. Doesn't really look like it. Though I am feeling the Assassin's Creed desire to just jump off the side of the building. Okay. It's another golden man. I mean, Apollo is the golden god. He is the god of truth. Lying could be a problem. No inscriptions there. Oh, just a nice garden, I guess. I think I'm stuck on a tree. Alright, well, we've done that villa. We can't talk to what's-his-face yet, but we can go visit.
the murder.
Well, hello. These might be climbable if they could support my... If only they could support my weight. So what, they don't support my weight right now? How do I make them support my weight? That seems weird. Ah, there's a torch on the other side of the wall there. That would get me in. But there's locked. So I need to climb that. But it won't let me climb it yet. It's something to make them better.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Maybe? Yes, why?
Nobody's told you
Oh,
about
gilded
Hannibal.
later, okay.
Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell.
So you don't have
One
to
day,
put the
a few
little
weeks back,
carrot
he comes
things
out
on the
and
raffle.
tells me
It's just the
the
number.
cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal.
So Wendigos, right? What did you do?
What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
Okay. I still want to look. Can I still look?
Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Yeah, it's my funeral. But I am gonna finish doing villa things first. I thought that was maybe a basement. Hello? Whose house is this? Also studying the same bird diagrams I see. Oh, this is Equita's house. Okay. Excellent, excellent. More ink jars. These are very nice villas. Yes. Wooden statues are the only ones that talk to me. Okay. Mushrooms. Same household shrine. Octavia's chest. Ooh, hello. Note to Octavia. An anonymous friend to Octavia. May the Lord bless and keep you. I am sorry I could not risk discussing this with you in person, but if I am right, then you're a believer like me. You may not be able to worship openly here, but know that you're not alone. If you ever feel like you need somewhere to pray, there's a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork, and again at the second. Caves behind the theater. Right. Okie dokie. That's something helpful. And fingers crossed it will remind me that I've read that and not that I have to remember myself. Guess that's just wind. All their fountains in the middle of these, the little pools are empty. Well, that's just ridiculous. It's like, steal this, please. Yeah, so there's definitely your standard Roman religion, but there's definitely something else. Sculpture of Minerva, the Roman goddess of strategy. Yeah, which is the Roman name for Athena. Alright. talk to. It's a very nice mural. I really like it. It's pretty. Alright. Yes. Nobody can move. Now. It's like the forum, I guess? Maybe? Someone's lunch, of course. Loud birds. Archaeologist, you got nothing to say about that? It's not red, but I assume taking coins from a shrine is a bad idea. This place is pretty big. A fountain producing fresh water. Where could the water be coming from? That's a great question. She kind of just looks like she heard something, turned around, and was zapped. Everybody needs my help in this city, lady. We'll get there. Seek a bow. I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. Navia. Collecting some arrows, I guess. And go this way first. I assume these are other things that I can gild, perhaps. That's why they're all shiny. You got a bow? No? Okay. Bunch of arrows. You following me, dude? Not follow me. No, you're a stranger. Who are you?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Okay.
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
So are you here?
Same way as everyone else.
Okay, washed down the river. Got it. Why are you still wearing your legionary armor?
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Not in any way that armor will make a difference, but why don't you have a weapon?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
You're not much of a talker, are you?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
Okay, what are you dealing with?
None of your business. In Troiti ipsam conventiula.
Okay.
If we have to.
Do you know of a way out of here?
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
No. Golden rule. Going down my
Tell
list
you
of
this
questions.
much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
Yeah, that's a terrifying place to be, isn't it? Expecting everyone else to have common sense. I know the feeling. I've lived through a pandemic.
Then you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
When all
Boy,
these
do I.
people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
What exactly do you think is coming?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
You know what? I think you're right.
Of course I am.
That's not just paranoia. I'm pretty sure those are gonna step off the pedestal and start causing havoc. Anyway, who are you going to vote for?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin.
Everyone keeps bringing
How's he
that
going
point
to
up.
protect us?
You know, anything I can do to change that? Well, you know, do I want to change that? That's a question. I'm not sure.
Fine. Whatever.
Okay. Good. I'll just leave things be. I haven't decided who I'm really backing yet. And is there a none of the above option? Oh, free money. Actual free money. Ah, okay. Better to do it that way than all the onesie-twosies then. Should I have taken that gold by the shrine? Or the denaries by the shrine? I just didn't think that was smart. It's fine? Okay, I'll get it on my way down. Oh boy. You're like, what's his name from hell that always had to roll the boulder uphill, and as soon as you got to the top it would fall back down again. Okay, if it doesn't say that, it's free to take. Excellent. Oh, good. It won't let me walk off to my death. That is useful. And I see a cave back there, but I'm gonna look up here first.
Salve, friend.
I urinated into Malios' billet from above and got away with it. Ha.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
You know, overall fine. Kind of a bit on edge.
That's good, in a sense. If If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention.
She does
But
have
on the
tan
bright
lines,
side,
doesn't she?
once you've been here a few months, well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
Absolutely.
Here,
Tell
in
me
this
about
place,
yourself,
the
dear.
magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose.
Not if you haven't done it for your whole life, I bet. Well, if you're pining for your man, Horatio over there has been pining for his girl, so, you know, you could be friends. How did you end up here, though?
Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
That's an odd way of phrasing that. Came up to your cheekbone.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Ah. Got our Christians in here, too. I gotcha.
If you like.
Do you know of a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works out.
Thank you for the lead, I guess. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
I don't know. People are human. Don't really have an answer for this question. It comes up a lot. I don't have an answer. I don't know. I think people are just trying to live their best lives. Most people.
You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands
That
of
is true, I
Romans
have
look
never
on
seen
and
that.
cheer. If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention.
Oh, there's going to be some intervention, all right. I'm not divine, but there's going to be some intervention.
I wish I shared your faith.
So, you're a Christian?
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was
As
a
you
terrible
mentioned,
fire
torn
in
apart in
Rome last
arenas.
year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
Okay, don't worry. I ain't gonna tattle on you.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Feel free to believe whatever the hell you want.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why?
Whoa,
Why
whoa,
would
whoa.
you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
And I've done? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I've totally done this before. I'm an archaeologist. I do things so that I don't have to talk to people. Sure. Maybe, if the game will give my mouse
Thank you.
back.
And please, choose your words carefully.
Help? Which route do I take with him? Is he going to respond better to conversational or stop this right now? I'm afraid if I yell stop at him, he's gonna just jump. Won't make a difference. He's gonna die anyway. Alright, alright. Shock and awe it is.
If you're trying to make it easier for me to build up the nerve, it's working.
Can we talk?
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
No, I mean, it's your prerogative. But I was just going to ask you what's wrong.
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
No, hold on. You could have moved faster, dear. Also, I could have moved.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor
Well,
lad.
we found Scintill's lover. What happens now?
I'll have to let everyone know what's happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
So, I'm gonna assume I come back. Again, this is time looping after all. Oh, that's weird. Is that all water? Interesting. Hello, Egyptian obelisk. What are you doing here? So we'll ask him about that next time around. Would you follow him? Excuse you, voices. I still have things I want to look at. Then I'll leap of faith. Then maybe I'll jump. Locked temple, of course. Yes. Be quiet, suicidal whispers. I'm not playing Assassin's Creed, and I see no haystack down there. Oh, the other side of the obelisk? Okay. Well, I was also gonna look down here anyway. That's okay. But yes, let's look at the other side of the obelisk. Ah, okay. So it looks like there's a few different. Well, this side of the obelisk is wrecked. It's like Assyrian? Missing piece. It seems somebody removed a plaque from here. I'll need to find it to decipher the meaning of the obelisk. Indeed. Well, that's not creepy. I'm not gonna, like, lose my leap of faith if I come down here, right? You know, not that I'm opposed to the leap of faith stuff, but much like with the cistern, there's things I'd like to do first before I potentially go to my death. Another thing for some money. Good, good. Heh! What do they think of my, modern flashlight, I wonder? What? There's actually no way down? Oh, there is. There's a ladder. Oh, that's bad. Didn't mean to potentially jump to my death. Not at all my plan there. What was up here? Oops. Ah, so we're back where I started. Okay. Now, what is this sorcery? A flashlight. And I have a battery-powered flashlight that says it's battery-powered and doesn't have batteries I have to use. Straight up shocking, isn't it? And this is the way that I walked up to the shrine, right? Which is the magical gift of the gods. This magical light that does not run out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how I came in. And also the temple. Bunch of stuff I wanted to look at though. Oh, this was the don't steal anything. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we just took a different path. Evia? Still blocking that door. That's the tavern. I'm backtracking a bit. Oh, hi.
Oh my! I've never seen a lamp like that. Praise Apollo.
Yes, praise Apollo. Who are you?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over
Oh,
you.
you're Equita.
I'm Equitia.
Or
To what
Equitia.
do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
You look a lot like Cynthia.
Oh
What's
my.
your story?
I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way.
Well, at least you're not
Usually,
upset with me.
however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
Sorry. Is there a proper procedure?
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
Well, I appreciate that. How'd you end up here?
No, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
A young woman named Karen dragged me out of a river unconscious and sent me in here.
Karen, you say? And
Chiron?
nothing about that name seemed
Boatman?
odd to you.
I do think I see where this is going. I understand Chiron is the boatman. That's the river Styx.
You do? Well then, have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
They probably drowned.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
What happened to Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting
I spent
hair.
a lot of time studying
She was
Greek
always
mythology.
So chatty, always
in
seeking
school.
out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested,
So
the weight
sounds
of the
surprisingly
golden
sane,
rule
so
was
no.
too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
I will be careful.
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
So do you know a way out of here?
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We ask for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory.
And they sometimes
in
deliver.
return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
Sure. Might as well hear it. I'm sure it's actually kind of important.
Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all. Until finally they come to the little cottage where Borsis and Philemon lived. Now the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Borsis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic, realizing only a select few possess such powers. Says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Borsis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less
More what I would
fortunate
have
than
said that
ourselves.
the moral is right there. Or perhaps it's the gods might kill you at any moment for failing their test, and they don't even have to tell you what the rules are. I think it's more.
I'm
Hey,
pleased
last
to
guy.
hear it.
What's the status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Okay, who
All of
else
the
allowed to
male
vote?
citizens who are willing and able to attend,
Oh,
unless
well,
they're
there's a
running,
problem
of
there.
course.
The women can't vote?
That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing
appreciate
the
your
election,
neutrality.
I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Such
By
as...
using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
My pretty flashlight? Okay. So what exactly is your role? I get your arbiter, but do
I'm
you count votes?
responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Okay. Can I nominate another candidate?
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
So who is eligible is then the question. I don't think we want to start the election now, but I'll ask. No,
Certainly.
actually, I'm not going to ask about that. I've been asking people about how they wound up here. I'll come back and talk to her about that. I want to finish
Come
talking
back
to
to
other
me
people about it.
once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
You.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
I'm quite honestly from beyond the edge of the known world.
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must
Fight
have
night.
many
Oh,
stories
yeah.
to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
Absolutely. Let's start with
My
you.
story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Why set up a tailor
You
shop
mean
here?
to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
It does seem... Yeah, more or less.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Oh, see, I thought that was going down the line of, well, if you might turn into a gold statue at any time, you might as well always be looking your best. You want to make the best looking gold statue you possibly can. Fair enough. How did you end up here?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Yeah, the accent thing is funny, right? So they have a Greek that has the Italian accent, and the Romans had American accents, British accents. One of them had what I would call more of like a Russian accent. It's funny. Oh, whoa.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Ah, shit.
It's time! The election's on!
I don't know. Soon, probably. You speak with their tongues. Gotcha. Way to be creepy. Where was the shrine with the money? What did I do with it? Where did it go? Is it back that way? So there was the cave that I needed to go check out too. Oh my god. I've totally forgotten where the cave is now, too. Oh, boy. I was wondering how the passage of time worked in this. That answers my question. Small stick with a sponge attached. This must be what the Romans used instead of toilet paper. It appears to be for communal use. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that down. I don't think I'd want to go to the toilet with this statue there staring at me. Hello. See, your hiding didn't really help you. Okay, seriously, where did I leave that shrine? Sinner. Interesting. Virgil, do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all? Uh-huh. It's a shovel. We've seen a bunch of those. Virgil, I know who you are and what you want. Turn away from this path before we all suffer for your sins. Virgil, they may not see you yet, but I want you to know, I see you. walked. I came up this way. And I decided to go up the stairs. Saw the fountain and the lady dipping the fountain. I read the note and I collected the arrows and I can't get up there yet. Is it on the other side? It must have guessed been on the other side there. I'm gonna tell Cynthius anything at the moment. Ah, locked door down here. Okay. Seriously, where was that shrine where I had money that I just left sitting around?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, here we go. Time loop again. Oh, right. It's like, you're just gonna go to the shrine now. Is there like a shortcut? A zip line? Oh. Well, I mean, I would follow the magistrate, but I'm all the way across town. Oh, yeah, these statues. Yep. Not a good place. Ow, I guess. Alright, back through time and space we go. Not too bad for day one, I suppose. Alright. Hey, thanks for the raid, Minx. We are just finished our first time loop in the Forgotten City. A relief depicting a great circular portal and Proserpina, the Roman goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. Her story is a grim one. It said she was abducted by Pluto and forced into marriage against her will. Yep, okay. Hi. Oh god, here we go again. Hey, Neophyte and Dr. Snow. How's it going?
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
I'm Alice, and we've had this conversation before.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Your name is Galerius, and you're about to offer to take me to see Cynthius so he can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
No problem.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Zipline? Did you give me a zipline tool? Yes! Zipline handlebar. Excellent. Why, thank you. I want it.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Probably. Anyway, I'm gonna go now.
See you around.
Did I talk to him about his story? I don't think I did.
It's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
No, I don't think I did.
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
He does look like Mr. Clean. Yes, he does.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world.
Oh, he's from Britannia.
One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did.
I don't remember.
Sprinted so fast I almost threw up. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother
not very friendly
died
to
of
their
a broken
conquered
heart soon
peoples,
after,
are they?
and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead.
If you're from Britannia,
I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted.
Oh,
I
your
got my
sister.
father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters dead.
Yeah.
And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Yeah. Foresight on that? Very slim. Yes, kill the people that produce all your food. That's gonna work out well for you.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans.
Sorry's about all I can give him.
Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived were
So that's
enslaved.
how he got over here. Okay.
So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times.
What's your real name, then?
But they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there, too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got
Maybe Galen?
swept up with them somehow,
Is his
and
real name?
the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
So I've discovered 2 of the repeating elements here for everyone, how they got here. One is river, and second is the big fire. Rome burned many times. Well, you know, I'm glad you were able to start your life over again.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans.
And a stranger,
Or
that's true. A couple
so I
of them
thought.
have mentioned that. Someone pulling
Until
them out of the river.
Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course.
Of course, of
He
course.
even told me
Leader's
if I
privilege,
refuse
right?
his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
No, he'll get him, but yeah, sure. No, I can
Thanks,
forget
friend.
it, dude.
I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
OG cousin It from the Addams Family was also in Buck Rogers. Ha! That's awesome. Do you know a way out of here?
Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Centilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me.
Well, now I have a second chance with Sentia, and I can not put my foot in my mouth this time. Oh, that's a good one, Charlotte Monkey. Oh my god. Why did the Spider-Man in the alternate universe do better in his driver's test? Because, naturally, he's a parallel Parker. So tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Won't learn too much more? Okay.
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius
Yeah, it does kind
much,
of have that vibe.
Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech
Well.
or put on a toga in my life.
Excellent. I was thinking I might potentially use you as my
All right.
alternate
See you
candidate.
around.
I'm glad to see you're on board with this. We'll talk more later. Question is, where do I want to go first? Can I actually zip line over to that side? Or only back? Must only be back because that's uphill. That's shortcut down. Ow! Smack my face. But I did see stuff down here. How do I get
Don't you
down
just
there?
love springtime?
Yes. Yes, I do. Think I broke my knees there a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. The good news is my character actually knows how to swim. So. Believe I'm looking for things. Huh. Guess we'll do something with that later. Oh god, there's fish in here. Wasn't expecting there to be fish. Oh, hi. You're very shiny. Are you a child? No. Can I give you the apple, though? I suppose not. Doesn't really look like there's anything else in here for the moment. Oh, the kid reaching for the apple? Oh. I should, but I'm not. I'm drawing a blank on that one right now. Unless it's, well, it's probably not Paris in the Trojan War. That's the first story involving an apple that comes to mind, but it's probably not, right? Yeah, I'm sure I've heard the story. Huh.
Salve.
nice, very nice. You have a great field going here. Darn. Does the goat talk? Oh, you got a black goat. The devil here. Bunch of goose eggs laid by the city's goose. Yes. Oh, actually, should I have just left those there? Because those should be golden eggs. Should they have been golden eggs first? Did I screw that up? The golden god is Apollo, who is incidentally the god of truth. So that's what's up there. There's a chest up there we'll get if we can gild the moss. Oh, good. Arrows. And a bottle of wine. Possibly the last bottle of wine in the city. That is true. They're not growing grapes. Well then, that is mine. Well, thanks for hanging out, Neophyte. At least. Let's see. May the gods be kinder to you than they were to us, stranger. Yeah. Somehow, I doubt it. Man, she was sprinting. Oof. Oh. Come now, that can't be the last bottle of wine. I now have 2 of them. There's some fun in the baths, eh? Cryptic, almost poetic ramblings from Livia. The place is called Accursed. Here Tityos offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water. So Tantalus is the one that can't drink. He's forever cursed to drink from a pool, but every time he he's always thirsty, and he tries to drink, and every time the water touches his lips, it disappears. And the tree you cannot grasp at eludes you. So I guess that must be Tantalus as well. I thought it was just water for him, but it could be food as well. Sisyphus is the one that does the stone, that he constantly has to push a stone up a hill, and once it reaches the top, rolls back down, or almost the top. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees, and the 49 Belides who dared to plot the destruction of their cousins, their husbands, fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost. And that's, I believe they're picking up water in containers that have a hole in it or something like that. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Delightful. You guys were boxing at a time like this? At least I hope you were like having a fight and then hell broke loose. Not the opposite. this the Christian cave I was supposed to find? Nope, there's more vines. Only they can support my weight. Well, we've been back here. This is her house. Lots of running people. This all looks the same. Oh my god, I'm getting so lost. A circular stone disc with the symbol of a fish carved into it. Looks like it might be religious in nature. Ah, yes, our good old Christian symbol. A partially eaten loaf of bread. It's still fresh. Whoever owns it probably hasn't finished with it. Just put that back down. Ah, yep. A wooden carving with the symbol of a fish carved into it. Looks like it might be religious in nature. Definitely. Uh-huh. And there's their altar and their shrine, and I can't get in here yet. But I know where it is now. Not that I will ever remember how to get here. Okay, so this is the cave behind the forum. Leads up in here. Okay. Still not ever going to remember. I'm surprised this man has not melted. Did I miss something down here, though? I don't think so. It doesn't hurt to check. Just another man running. Okay. Haven't been to the forum yet. And I think there's still a bunch of people I haven't actually talked to. So I should do that. Let's see. Who are we gonna talk to first? Some more climbable vines. Ulpius loves Scintilla. Corrected to Ulpius killed Scintilla. Oh boy. Guess we'll find out, won't we? Poor dude was probably passed out drunk and then turned to gold. Dude looks like he was drinking. Let's see. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I see. This puts me out into the market. Excellent. Excellent. The Myth of the Golden Rule by Dorotas the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city. For our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration. But here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching, and deserving of our contempt. Who among us has not awoken at night in a cold sweat, fearing some sort of accidental transgression of the Golden Rule? All of us must accept that we are all capable of error, whether from a momentary lapse in judgment or a conscious decision based on faulty reasoning. Yet the great threat, the sword of Damocles that we live under is, I believe, merely a deception, and I shall prove it to you. Let me begin by dismissing the counter-arguments. First, it may be argued that the inscription stating "the many shall suffer for the sins of the one" is evidence that the Golden Rule is very real. But that is logically unsound, for we cannot assume the writers knew any more than we did. That this message was inscribed does not make it true, any more than if I were to inscribe Dorotos the Younger is a god. I like the logic there. Second, it may be argued that the statues in this place are evidence that the Golden Rule is real. You need not remind me of that. It was I who discovered them all around the city. It was I who collected them, placed them in a handcart, and placed them in the niches in which they sit today. I will not soon forget them. And yet, I refuse to leap to the conclusion that they were once real people. There is simply no evidence to support that conclusion. When we read the story of Venus bringing Pygmalion sculpture Galatea to life, we do not believe it is true. Why should we take a different view here? But ultimately, these arguments are just that. After years of living in fear, there is only one way for me to prove that the Golden Rule is a falsehood, and that is through action. Friends, I apologize in advance for this, but one day you will see this moment as a turning point in our city's history. Let us see, once and for all, if the Golden Rule is real, as I strike one of you with my fist. Interesting. I'm just gonna pick that up. There's the very fearful ones, and then there's these ones that look very similar to each other. Oh, I'm getting there, I'm getting there. One day. One of these days I'll get there. Alright. I was in the middle of talking to somebody. I already talked to Ratius. Yep, the Overseer's original statues. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured they were.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
So I've been asking people about how they wound up here. I know you haven't asked me about this yet, but I think I found a pattern.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed?
Oh, come on. Do I really have to talk to everybody before I can pull this up?
Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others
All right,
first.
I'll talk to literally every other person in the story.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Let me see who I'm still missing. I was in the middle of talking to Georgius. Oh, hello. You. I haven't talked to you yet, Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil.
And Virgil is French. Of course he is. Of course he is. So, what's your story?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
No, actually I do. Please tell me about the city's history.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines They're constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
Which isn't actually all that strange because the Roman religion essentially sprang from the Greek religion. They just have different names for the same gods.
I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans
I'm digging
who
into his
first started
secrets,
building here
for sure.
were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
The trick is to get them to shut up when they're whispering at you. Anyway, tell me about the architecture.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the Great Temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
If they bring water into the city, could we use them to escape?
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Why are you so concerned? Everyone else seemed to just be like, well, let's talk about escape. I don't really know anything, but let's go ahead and talk about it anyway. Okay, then tell me about the special temple.
You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
Okay,
Of course.
So, one more thing I need to try to go in. So then, I know we touched on it briefly, but do you know of a way out of here?
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway.
Yeah. Go into that a little bit, please.
Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
So, what do you think about the Golden Rule?
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
Maybe. But if you're talking flawed gods, I mean, the Greek and Roman gods are about as flawed as they come. They have a lot of human failings to them. But yeah, I mean, I think largely.
Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option.
And how do you remove them from power?
Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought.
Break down their mysticism. I noticed the graffiti. Why does someone think you're a sinner?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Well, you see, that was a huge thing in a whole bunch of Greek cultures, so I don't really think that was a problem. Anyway. I see.
And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Yeah. Go on?
In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case.
Yeah, it depends on your
seems I
set
was
of
wrong.
people, as always. Do you know who's writing the graffiti?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too.
Yes, I
The
believe I
strange
peeked at all of
thing
those.
is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person.
Scorn
if I
woman,
had to guess,
perhaps.
I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Okay, well, no, let me look into this.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived
Kinda
when you did.
Selfish reasons.
I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Who are you gonna vote for?
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
No.
Nice to talk to you.
That's not what I was asking. Okay, we've already looked at all of his stuff. I need to find our other lovely merchant man.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Yes.
This part of my shop is off limits, even for you, my sartorial friend.
Okay. I'll just wait till you leave for the election. Don't worry.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must
Let's
stick
continue
together,
the
you and I.
conversation you didn't remember we were having. I know. You want to know where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some questions.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Do you know a way out of here?
Not so loud. What are you playing at?
Sorry, did I say the wrong thing?
Have you not been told about the last attempt?
No. The last
Oh,
attempt?
then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah,
But I believe I have been told about this, but... Why don't you tell me?
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
Okay, so why hasn't anyone done that yet?
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even
Sure
discuss
that wasn't
it
just a
aloud.
coincidence. So what do you think about the Golden Rule?
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
That is fair enough, but why do you say that?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became
yeah,
hot and
that's true.
dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
To be fair, Demeter really had no other option because none of the other gods would have listened to her until their life support was, you know, put in jeopardy. Which is somewhat frustrating and very human about the gods. Anyway. So what can we do about it?
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
That really sounds simple, but I know it's hard enough to follow.
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
Yeah, I've seen it happen.
Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
I bet you have a hard time getting some of those clothes on them, with the arms in those sort of weird positions. So, who are you gonna vote for?
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. But of course. This is troubling, is
Who's
it not?
threatening Virgil?
I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it.
Okay.
I hope
Well,
that
I
our
have to go
paths
talk to
cross
her
again soon,
anyway.
my friend.
As apparently I haven't gotten her life story. Dyes for coloring clothing. These appear to have been extracted from plants and insects. I'm gonna wait to search
You
that.
look well, my sartorial friend.
Just, you know, thinking under Skyrim rules. That is a fine toga on that statue. How'd you get the sandals on him, though? Quite impressed. Ah, there's a face that I haven't talked to yet.
How'd you do? Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius.
Okay, let's go down the line. What's
You mean
your story?
how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Everyone says that, but it doesn't really take that long.
All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
The girl. I'm guessing you chose the girl. But you better have chosen the cart.
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
So you took her with you after all?
No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Kinda sounds like you got what you deserved.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
So, I'm taking it then you don't know a way out
I'm
of
afraid
here.
not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims
Yeah, I still
to know
haven't
of a
talked to
way
her,
out.
have I?
but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
Oh, shady for your liking. I'll keep an eye out for them. What's your feelings on the golden rule? I'm taking a survey
It's terrible
here.
for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
I rather suspect that I'm going to need that bow instead. But hasn't the magistrate banned weapons?
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
Alright, no promises.
Thank you, friend.
Any idea who's threatening Virgil?
I don't, I'm afraid. But I
Okay,
did overhear
Fabia.
Fabia telling Georgius she saw
Gotcha.
something. She was headed to the baths not long ago.
Oh good, we're going to the baths.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Everyone says exactly that same line.
Certainly.
I don't like it.
Very well. Another time.
Opius the thief stole my purse and I. Whoever wrote this did not get to finish. Well then. A stone mill. It looks like flour and grain are poured from above and ground between the stones as the handles are rotated. bread recipe. Simple recipe for baking bread. Generous pinch of yeast, a pinch of salt, 2.5 cups of warm water, a pound of flour. Pour the water in a mixer bowl and dissolve the yeast. Add the flour to a separate bowl and gradually add the water and salt. Knead it until the dough isn't too sticky or floury. Cover the dough and leave it in a warm place near the oven for an hour or so that it rises. Bake until crust is golden and allow to cool. Should not have flipped that around. I don't think they ever expected someone to do that. Alright.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Oh, you'll never get one out. Do you know how much that would weigh? This guy looks like he's trying to scare somebody. Things to buy once I've escaped. Villa on the Aventine, Rome. 2-horse chariot. Seat on the Senate. 4-horse chariot. Villa on the Bay of Naples. 10-horse chariot. 12 slave girls, pale and plump. I don't think he really wants a place in the Senate. That just sounds like too much work. Another bust of Minerva. Yes, yes, everyone is gilded.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit
there we
lives
go.
on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
What if I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Hello?
Hi, what's your story?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
What did you do?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Did somebody think you were going to steal?
Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking.
Is that all?
They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Liability.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Sure, that's what I was trying to do anyway. Magistrate Sentius to Dulius. I'm writing to you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory.
What does it say?
says they caught you trespassing several times and they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure.
What
My
treasure?
friend Hannibal used to look after me. And he said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Yes, she is. If you give me the key, I can try to find out what it unlocks.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out
Fortune
of here.
smile on you, sister.
Then I would trust you a lot.
Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
He'll listen to me. Maybe it's time we had a new magistrate.
Like Galerius?
There we go.
He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
Gotcha. I'll see what I can do. Do you know a way out
You're
of here?
going to let me out of here? Really?
I asked if you know a way out of here.
Please.
Okay,
hate
I
it
got you.
here. It makes me very sad.
Never mind. What do you think of the golden rule?
Gold? You mean
This is not getting anywhere.
treasure? My
Let's talk
friend
about your treasure.
Hannibal used to look after me.
We're going back over things we've
He
already
said he
touched on.
always would.
Probably.
But then, he died. It was very sad.
I don't know why, but he
He
reminds
said-
me of Gollum.
If anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found it. All I remember is now
Okay,
nobody
we talked about we talked about all of this. Okay.
Bye bye.
Thank you, my dude. God damn
Hello.
it.
Have we met before? Bye bye.
Okay, note to self, don't walk that close to the cell. I did not do it, duly. I don't believe him. Begs the question, why aren't we allowed in the cisterns? A ceramic bowl full of urine, which ancient Romans used because of its ammonia content to wash and bleach their clothes. Pleasant. I bet that smelled pleasant. Cosmetics. Are you Fabia?
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Okay. Any idea who's threatening Virgil? Just quick question.
Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not?
Alright.
Thank you. He's still in
deal
there.
with it.
Somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Maybe we shouldn't meet in there?
We don't have time for this. I have to go.
Okay.
The shrine is collapsing.
God damn it. Woman.
Fabia, no! Oh god, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Well, now I know. What about the priestess? I know I haven't gone to visit her yet. There's a lot of things I haven't done yet. Let's go back to visit the bathhouse. Who's our stranger? Oh, there's my bow.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Don't.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
Got it.
Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
Why don't you put that bow down and you can come in and see for yourself?
Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult.
Wait, what's a... You got the wrong idea. We're not cultists.
You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
We're not keeping it a secret. We're all trapped in here, and, unfortunately now so are you.
So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
It's not that we're not allowed to leave. We physically can't leave. There's no way out.
Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw
Doesn't
the
sound like a
inscription
cult to me.
saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
It's not a mantra, it's a warning.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly
Excuse
been
me, that is a huge
indoctrinated into
difference.
this
A mantra is
nonsense.
used to help soothe you.
Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues?
They were once people who turned to gold as punishments. I know I sound like a lunatic, and you obviously already think we're a cult. This convincing is not going well.
You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me.
You're distorting what I said, but I imagine you don't realize you're doing it because you think you're right. We didn't turn them to gold. A god did it, and we don't know which one.
Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our god told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra,
This
the
man
human
just does
sacrifice.
not listen. You
You're
can't argue
cultists.
with zealots,
There's no
can
doubt
you?
in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become.
Oh
However,
dear, you need
still
to take
have
a step
chance
back
to
and look at
redeem
your own
yourself
self.
by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it.
I mean, what can you tell me about him?
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also
I have not
known
seen
to
him
have
yet.
delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process.
Ha 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 ha. Perhaps the Emperor was looking for a scapegoat, as I believe this was called, having studied this history.
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome, like he does?
I studied the evidence.
No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
The stranger that drags people out of the river is probably Chiron, who's the boatman of the river Styx, or in our case, Charon. Okay, so you've told me some useful information for when I eventually meet the man, but I have yet to actually meet him, I think. I would have noticed the distinctive eyes. It's quite possible this is Limbo.
Then you're of no use to me.
And you're going to put an arrow in me.
Do you have any last words?
I want your bow. Oh, God. I know I shouldn't, but I want to because it's funny. Because if I say the words Jesus Christ, he is gonna definitely shoot me. Because, Christianity, right? He's hunting Christians. So, you know what? Let's just do it.
Aha, I knew it. Now it's my turn to tell you something. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you.
You didn't bring enough
wretched
arrows for that. Let me just.
And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Ow. Run. Ooh, that's not good. Zig. Zag. Where's the shrine? Where's the shrine? Nope, nope. I got stabbed too many times. Yep. Alright, please start me at the run. Please start me at running. I was actually talking to her.
Help! You have to do something.
I guess I have to just let her
real nasty sort
die.
with his face all covered up, and he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Yes, by shooting me. Okay.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Alright, lady. Run. Shrine will collapse.
The shrine is collapsing.
Alright. Okay, let's meet this dude again, and I'm just gonna skip through all his lines because we've already heard him chit-chatting.
Stop right there.
Don't know
I'm not
this.
sure. Is that a...
Yeah, I swear I wasn't lying.
You're not off to a good start. When I ask you a... Thank you. Now tell...
Just a small community of strangers.
A small
Mind if you're by
community. Ha, I was told Quintius was a cultist.
Oh my god. We're not
You
cultists.
say that.
You're a cultist.
So you admit you're
Just
not allowed...
keep doing the things that I said.
Threat, that's... and I saw... you've now... You lot... Of...
No.
It's all... What baffle... However, you still...
Tell me about him.
Who this? Do you have any last words?
Jesus Christ, you're an idiot. Best
knew
last
it.
words ever.
Now
This could be on
it's
my
my
tombstone.
turn to tell once, and I can.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
This.
Please. Kill me.
Running, running, running. Okay, that kind of hurt a little bit. Here we go again. Let's get looping. Off to a great start. Here we go again. That's a person I don't think I've talked to over there.
Salve, friend. I'm Galeria.
Yep, yep.
Oh.
See you later. Okay, I'm gonna run after this dude because weird. I forgot that does that. Just go down the stairs over here. That's fine. That I think was somebody I haven't met and is probably our dude we haven't talked to yet. Essentially Groundhog Day. Let's see, where would he have gone? Went down this way? Oh, but where did he go from here? Ah, there he is. See him. See him. Oh, no, it's Equita. Equiti.
Ave.
Oh, never mind. So you're standing
How'd
by
you
your
do?
stall. Are you still freaking out?
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Alright. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere.
We're not gonna go in
I
there.
have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What?
Do not go in there.
Why?
Just trust me.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
I got an achievement called Trickster. Shrine may collapse at any moment. Really? Alright, now can I talk to her in her bakery or she's gonna be like, have you sorted out the thing yet? Ah, that's a good idea. That does make sense. Assassin friend. Ah, and then I might get a bow out of the deal too.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Yes. I saw him worshipping in a small round shrine just inside the city. Second building on your left.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
No, you're gonna turn around and kill me anyway. You already said you were gonna kill everybody in this city. Go on. Don't mind me. I'm just walking behind you very closely. But I'm afraid I need your bow, so gonna have to die for me. That's it. Keep on going. Yes, yes, that's a good assassin.
Curse you, cultist.
Don't break your bow, please. I need that. Ah. Yes, I want that. All loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quinctus Crispus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old. He is average height, average build, has dark hair, has one green eye and one blue eye. He is typically clean shaven. He is a known associate of cultists and appears and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Sounds like Nero. Excellent. Gotta love when problems resolve themselves. Okay. That is not the bakery. There you are.
You took care of him?
He had a tragic accident in that shrine. Tragic. Truly tragic. Nothing to trip the gods up, I promise.
Accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die.
Not today.
I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
If I said yes, I'd be admitting to murder.
I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever.
I mean,
thank you.
I personally
I'm glad
didn't
you're
kill
here.
him.
Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
Actually, yes. Several things. But again, let's go down the
There's
list.
not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
How'd you end up here?
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was
Lots of
about to
arranged
meet him
marriages
for the
going on.
first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good.
Couldn't hurt.
But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help.
We're all dead.
Stumbled
We are
across the
all so
trapdoor
dead.
temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here
so
need
memory
it more
lapse
than I
is
do.
the thing he wants me to say. Do you know a way out of here?
What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not
well,
give the
been here
place
for
a
3
chance
days,
before you
actually.
try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy.
I still got more
My
people
friend
to talk to.
Georgius is always mending our clothes, and
See if I
Virgil
can get
makes
through
sure
them
these
before
old
everything
walls
falls
don't
apart again.
fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
Definitely. Fair enough. Anyway, thoughts on the golden rule?
I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about.
All the
will
normal
we?
folk are just like, yeah, no, if we just go about our biz, everything will be fine. It's the people in charge that are a problem.
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm
He
sure he'd love
has.
to chatter about the Golden Rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop.
Yep. So who's threatening Virgil?
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps.
That does. That gets me down to 3 people. That's
All right.
progress.
Thanks again for
Yeah, she's nice.
taking
I
care
like her.
of our problem. I won't forget it.
What problem? There was never a problem.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Go on.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
Other statues come to life and fire golden bow arrows at them.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a
here we
full-grown
go.
man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped.
On the other hand, I can gild other things.
On the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I mean, yes, because I want the arrows.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Which story? You're gonna have to be more specific. The one where the hunter saw her bathing and she turned him into a deer and his own hounds chased him down and tore him apart? There's a couple. You gotta be more specific. But let's pretend I'm not familiar. Just because. Well, yeah.
No problem. Allow me to
I
explain.
wish for you to explain.
Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. depending on
Underworld
who
is
you
a new
ask.
one for me.
The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with
Oh,
a
that's
prominent
all you meant.
statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
Golden bow.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what.
But you want me to steal it?
Gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first.
Why not?
Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Why can't you do it yourself?
I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have
Very
complete
Indiana
confidence in
Jones.
you.
Yes. Why can't I just take it? Is that because that violates the golden rule?
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
So if I turn the lights out, the gods don't see me? Okay. Isn't it extremely
When
dangerous?
Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Prometheus was also punished for eternity, if I recall correctly.
Only because he was silly enough to get caught.
Alright.
So, are you in, partner?
Sure. I'll do it.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold
Yes,
leaf.
he's the ideas
This
man.
is a
He thinks up
quality
everything.
weapon. Now,
Hands clean.
bear with me for a moment.
Well, I'm sure it's a quality weapon. I did
And
steal
here
it off
we
an
are,
assassin.
a
I should hope
gold
his
leaf
bow works.
bow. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Salve.
Sounds about right. Have I talked to you yet? No, yes, I have. I've talked to everybody.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
Fair enough.
Whatever.
Just walked up to a dude and said, "Are you threatening someone?" and walked away. Good. Wasp nests. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm gonna get stung to death, aren't I? Oh, hello. And there's a quiver, too. Oh, this is such a problem. Somewhat ominous that the Braziers lit themselves again, but, you know.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
No, I haven't talked to the physician yet.
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
Knew I shouldn't have trusted you.
Did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow.
How is this not against the golden rule? You said you'd split the riches between the two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said,
quibbling
if
language,
we were to
are
split
we?
all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
As do I. How can I trust you after you've double-crossed me like this?
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork.
That thought did occur to me. Even if I gave it to you, you'd probably just leave me in here. Forget it.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
I guess I could gild the hornet's nest. Is that the play here? Indeed it is, apparently. Oops, I meant to inspect that statue. That didn't happen. Game? Roman man on his knees as if uttering a desperate prayer. Clearly it fell on deaf ears. Yes, it did. Oh, excellent. Just arrows laying around. that's pretty. Am I in the cistern? Perhaps. Dead bodies. Alright, I gotcha. No, don't fall in. Climb up. There you go. That's what you're doing. Probably wasted an arrow there. That's okay. Oh, that's someone who got stuck in an unfortunate place. Navia's journal. Oh.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the
Good to
city's
know I'm not
medic,
the only one that hears the
but
whispers.
that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment
Oh, the
on,
things some of these
I
statues
knew
must
the
have
full
seen.
horror
Oof.
of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Well then. Ah, the convenient climbable ledges left with rope. I know that doesn't immediately help me, but... Is there... Do I really just have to jump that? I don't feel like I can make that. Oh, maybe I can. Maybe it's just not as far as I thought it was. How kind kind of people to just leave arrows everywhere for me. Yes, there you go. Climb up the ledge. We're loading. Okie dokie. Oh, hey! I'm in the palace now. Yes, it is all up to me. What is that? That's only slightly horrifying. How is this tapestry not on fire? Yeah, gotta aim for the weak points. I got it. Oh, you are very welcome. Very happy to put you out of your misery. Yep, they're called peeled statues. So they're like skeleton bones, but they had a body on them once. That's why it's got boobs.
You're not supposed to be here.
Why is that one not turning to gold? Am I just not close enough? Oh, because it's not actually water. Alright, I'll go down there in a minute. But there could be other things and other people to free before I go down the hole. More Garum. Solve that problem before it becomes a problem. Nothing up this way. Yeah. course. Man trying to run off with his gold. Figures. Everything's being turned to gold. Why not take my gold with me? They're essentially flayed people. Which is kind of horrific. Really sure I want to meet the player, but let's do what needs doing. Sorry, guys. You're just kind of in the way. Yes, pick up my gold. Come on. Who's next? What horrific being lies out here? Just continue to collect gold randomly. I still have not found that shrine where I originally found the gold and didn't take it. But we'll get there eventually, I'm sure. I'll find it again. Thank you for the follow, Durasup. Let's see. Did I hear another one?
Help me. Help me.
Help us.
That's bad. I'm getting beat all the shit. Yeah, that was because I turned the pawn to gold already. It's somehow from the other room. I think I glitched it because it didn't actually turn the one gold that was standing in it. In the first place?
me. Kill me. You.
There we go. Huh.
You.
It's okay. I'll just get him stuck over here. Okay, you're in the way. Snap that. Already got that one. Those ones are coming in there. Guess there's nothing in that hallway. Alright, let's meet our person doing this. Wonder how many arrows they're going to take. Those are some impressive bloodstains. Ah, looks like this custom-made rack was used to hold down golden statues and peel the golden layer from them. Gruesome. Indeed. Oh, look. Key to the palace doors. I'll just be taking that.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus,
Yeah, this is
consigned
gonna
to eternal torment,
really
too
awful.
horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness.
So you
Our
ripped her
meeting
skin
gave
off.
me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Oh boy. Their custom-made rack. Navia must have been using these brutal-looking surgical tools to peel the statues. Indeed. Oh. Oof. Here we go. gotta be another one over here, right? Huh. That is now Golden Curtain. And so is that. And now they're all stuck in there. Though I suppose I will put it out of its misery. I don't know why I gilded that, but yeah, why not, I guess. Oh, duh, through here. I think that's everything. Alright. I am definitely an Indiana Jones kind of archaeologist. Or Nathan Drake. Definitely the kind of archaeologist that I am. Somebody's being a wibbly wobbly man over there. Okay, game. Okay, that's just a waste of arrows, I guess. They're just very stuck bodies. Hello? A young Roman woman with her arms raised as if suddenly terrified by something unknown. And missing her top. That is certainly something. statue? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah, the accusing finger statue. Right! Totally meant to do that. Definitely saw that algae there. Did not just miss my shot horribly. Hello, journal.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering.
Of course the god wouldn't care about that.
They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side.
Why would
endlessly.
they be angry with their
Regrettably,
skin removed
my
and in
other
constant
experiments
pain?
bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Oh yeah, this has gone well for her. Man, this kick is like nothing. You just kind of tap him a little bit. Roman military commander, clutching a scroll as if issuing a decree. Whatever it was, sadly, it was in vain. At least he picked his death pose appropriately. Oh yeah, she's having some delusions. No, see, you gotta learn to work with the voices, but, like, you know, once they start asking you to skin people, you kinda gotta take a step back. Reconsider. Just a little bit. Remember, you're in control of the voices. They're not in control of you. Come here, statue friend. She also seems to have removed their hair, which I'm sure they're also not too pleased about. They also look so horrified. Oh, that is... Oh, yeah. Doing good work here, was she? This apple looks fresh. Someone has been through here recently, really. It appears to be dead. Evidently its death didn't break the golden rule. No, it didn't, and I'm convinced that the assassin pulling the bow on me wasn't what triggered that. As well. Gotta wonder, if this stuff gets by, what do you think the golden rule really refers to? What sin? Oh god, you do move. Oh, no. Oh, please stop that. Please stop. I knew that sound was something moving, and it's you guys turning to look at me. I see it. I see it out of the corner of my eye. You can knock off that freaky statue shit now. Slammed in the face by the doors a bunch. Because I don't use hands to open them like a normal person. I use my face. Oh boy. Are you whispering to me through the statues? Who are you? Oh, behind me. Gotcha. You must be Navia.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
If you attack me, we'll both end up encased in gold.
Do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
Alright, this really has nothing to do with me.
Liar. I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone.
I had to escape from some
I just wanted to do my experiments in peace for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this.
I did nothing,
Look at
lady.
her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead.
Okay, you're clearly
What's
the
so
jealous type.
special about you?
It's not this statue whispering to me. A lot of them do it, but it's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
It's like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper.
They don't.
But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And Everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work?
All right,
then
well, I tried my
swoop in?
best.
Is that it?
No.
Liar. You tried to steal her away from me.
Take
and
responsibility
now
for
look
your
what
own
you
goddamn
made me
actions.
do. Give
Not
me
my fault.
one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What? What are you talking about?
I got trapped in the tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
I had never had any intention of hurting you.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule.
No.
Let
See.
it run
I got
its
a bow.
course.
I can
At least
fix
that
this.
way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Wait.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in gold again.
What? How?
This golden bow is the weapon that encases people in gold.
Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
I'm not sure that breaks the golden rule, but alright. Oh yeah, her organs are gone and you think she's...
You took away her pain.
Oh, God.
I don't know
She
what
has no
to say.
insides anymore.
Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place.
Probably.
In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
Alright, so there's still a bunch of people I have to talk to. Oh my God.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Goodbye,
Go.
Navia.
And never return.
Sure. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with never returning. Well, we talked the crazy lady down. So far, so good. Now, how much time do I have left before all hell breaks loose? So I don't need to gild these, I think. Technically. But maybe I should. So I can get down without breaking my ankles? Or I'll just break my knees a little bit. Let's just put that away. Okay. So we can get into Malleolus. Oh, where do we go? Where do we want to go? Lucretia in the temple? Alright, excuse you, Rufius. Go grumble somewhere else, please. Right. Common thread. Some people mentioned a river, some people mentioned a memory lapse. So we're 2 of the 3. Let's see, Lucvilla, Vanishing Act. Malleolus. That one is the one that I want to track. And I didn't track it, I just selected it. Okay. Oh, there's the Leap of Faith again. Cynthia. What? Oh, that's because I tracked the wrong quest. It's like, why are those people? Alright. Diana, Apollo. Got it. Collection of barbaric-looking medical implements, including forceps and shears. All right, Lucretia, let's have a chit-chat.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman
open the
is
chest.
dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium, but that Culus cubulatus Decius won't give it to me.
Wish I could help.
It's too late. She just slipped away.
Ah. I was hoping to chat. Should I come back later?
No, now is fine. I can't afford to wallow here. And I need the
Yeah, I'm
distraction.
gonna go open the chest in a
What's
second.
on your mind? Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Yes, please do. Flatulence, rhubarb, ulcers, gentian, stomach pain, glucoriza, rheumatism, willow bark, boils, aloe. Mortar and pestle. Haven't changed much in the last 2 millennia. Yep.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
He looks like he should be holding something, but he's not. Anyway, let's talk to Lucretia.
Feeling all right?
Let's just go down the list.
She was poisoned. She came in here
She's
frothing
good. I do
at
like
the
her
mouth.
voice actress.
Normally, I'd treat her with resin of Sylphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it.
Oh yeah,
Then
Scumbag
that
tried to lock
toad
me in the temple
shrugs
too.
and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing.
I know, the golden
And
rule's pretty
now I'll
lax from
never
what I've
know
seen.
who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well,
let me help.
unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do.
Maybe?
Get me that Sylphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way,
I like that
I
the
swear
camera
to
actually
the
moves
gods
back when
below,
she pokes your chest.
not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Very nice. can do. What's your story?
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
Fair enough. I'm a doctor, but not that kind of doctor. How'd you end up here?
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other.
Lucretia doesn't take any shit.
I ran for the
like
river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Some people mentioned a coin. That's true. A lot of them were carrying money of some description. Do you know a way
I
out here?
wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine.
What do you think
A
about the
city
golden rule?
without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands.
I keep hearing the statues whispering. Is that normal?
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad.
Yeah. Tell me more about her.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking
started
about.
ripping their
The
skin
last
off.
time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone
The
else
latter.
to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know
yes.
Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
Conveniently. Actually, I already figured out the treatment for rheumatism.
You did? That's unexpected. But tell me, what is it?
Willow bark.
Willow bark. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very
Also
helpful.
useful for
Thank you.
curing fevers.
If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right
Ah,
here.
that explains
Could
this
you do me a
grumpy boy.
favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Yes, we got this. Alright, I can do that.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
Sounds good. Can we talk about
Sure.
Julia?
What do you want to know?
do you think she was poisoned or was it
Do
self-inflicted?
you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
Well, I don't know. I've run up against this golden rule thing already a few times, and nobody's turned to gold yet, so I don't think we've quite hit on what the actual sin here is. Do you know what poisoned her?
Hemlock, I believe.
Alright. Is there any reason she might have
I
wanted to
haven't
die?
seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas' villa. And
Gee,
they are quite
that
secretive.
explains it. Cool. Well, that's my next
Gladly.
stop. Assuming that, you know, all doesn't go to hell.
All right. Well, thanks again for helping remove the thorn from the lion's paw. The spirit of Androcles smiles upon you.
I feel like I'm running up against my end of the day here shortly. Rufius! Oh, Rufius! Are you down with everybody else? Over here? Actually, what is over here? Why am I over here? Why do I have a quest mark? The priestess. Okay.
I
well,
love your clothes. So exotic.
in a minute, dear.
You again.
About your rheumatism.
What business is that of yours?
Something eventually triggers the golden rule thing, and the statues come to life and start shooting everybody, and so I gotta re-loop back, and I keep all of my knowledge and all the things I've picked up. But yeah, it's essentially the same day. I figured out a treatment. Eat a pinch of this willow bark, and you should feel better in no time.
Willow bark? And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you.
Ah, you're one of the
I've
Christians.
been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head.
It's a little bit awkward to talk to the back of his
This is
head.
exactly what I needed to set it straight again.
Well,
I owe you one.
it's probably good he didn't go to the baths, because there was a how do I get the key from him? What do I need to ask him about to get there? Yeah, it drops frames every so often. I've been noticing things have been a little bit spotty today. Yeah, it looks like it's occasionally I see it dropping frames. I don't really know what's causing it, because there's really nothing on my end. Except that I'm at the end of a pipe, and there's probably other people doing a bunch of shit today. Did I just ask about his story again?
On your best behavior, I trust?
Can't
Don't
talk
you just
long.
love
Got to stay
springtime?
sharp, but families from Seleucia and Tigris. Babylon province.
Okay, we've already heard that. How'd you end up
Not
here?
sure. It was so I started thinking, what if
Oh, this
in the
actually might
next
be new.
battle I just didn't try as hard, you know? What if I let my guard down just long enough? Next battle came, and all I remember is this bloody great savage coming toward me. And I just loosened my grip, and then nothing. I woke up by the river. Some strange man in an eagle headdress had fished me out. Kamut Tabal, I think he called himself.
Kamut Tabal.
Then I found this place, and that's it.
That's odd. Most of the others were in Rome before they woke up in the forest, but you're saying you were in the east.
Are you calling me a liar? I've just opened up to you.
No,
You
no,
are
no, I'm not
doubting me
doubting
to
you.
my face? I won't make that mistake again.
No, god damn it. Took things the real wrong way. I don't know that I had the opportunity to talk to Octavia about
On your best behavior, I trust?
metal
Wonder how
dice
much
tower
one of
designed to
these
stop people from
statues is
cheating and
worth on
rolling
the
dice.
outside.
Clearly, cheating must be a problem among the Romans. Yes, in fact, it probably was.
Citizen,
The only way out is whoever wrote this was interrupted, perhaps tragically. Aha.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
My life has been torturous as the 7 labors of Hercules, orphaned, defeated, and enslaved, yet I would suffer it all again gladly, because each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you any more than hold Vesta's flame, but to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow, is enough. Well. Zipline prototype. I should probably use the zipline more. Levia, I would like to talk to you in a second.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
Small wooden
that
model of an
always
arena, possibly Verona
returns.
Arena, which was completed in the 1st century and is still in use today. Virgil. Interesting.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Okay.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
Okay, I get it. Do you know a way out
There
of here?
is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions.
So, going to hell. I see. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
Makes sense. Can you tell me about the pattern you saw?
You think you wish to know, but you do not.
No, I really do.
It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Oh yeah, she's... Yes, I know you need my help, but you're gonna have to be more specific. Key to the chest. Oh, if I came here too, I could have also gotten the key. I'm just gonna leave that though, because I already have it. Guess if you fail, there's still options. It's good to know. Let's just store this M4 right here. Herbrack, Morgarum, Lucretia's chest. Nothing of import in there. Okay. I'm really surprised we're still here. Really would have expected everything to have gone to hell by now. Somebody rigging a dice tower. Gee, I wonder whose room this is. Domitius was carrying his shield with him when he arrived in the city. Yes. You know, I don't think we asked him how he lived. Or how he died. How he got here. This we've already seen. We've already been down here. Oh, let's put that away.
Wonder how much one of these
Citizen.
statues is worth on the outside.
Keep an eye out for
Salve.
Scintilla, would you?
Wow, isn't that a big... Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
And you're as charming as you are beautiful.
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
What? You came on to me.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So,
Clearly
what
I'm not
brings
Nathan
you to
Drake.
my tavern?
What's your story?
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Well, no, that wasn't what I wanted to know, but okay. Do you know a way out of
You
here?
know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here.
That's cute, but seriously, do you know a way out?
Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As
Oh,
a
I know, I'll
matter
never
of
make her happy.
fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
If you have a way out, why haven't you used it yourself?
Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here.
I do actually apparently
One
have
day,
1,000.
maybe, but not now.
Tell me more about what I'd be buying.
I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city.
If the answer is
ever again.
suicide, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. But sure.
I'm impressed. Didn't take you long to gather quite the little fortune. And now for my end of the bargain. Here is your way out.
Ah, thank you. What is this?
This is hemlock. Drink this and your life will be over in no time. Because the only way out of here is death. Congratulations on your purchase.
Steal it from his stall. Got it. I'll be needing a refund, thanks.
Sorry, a deal's a deal. No refunds.
Yep. Well, I don't really care. This is obviously a scam. How has it not broken the golden rule?
I offered to sell you a way out, and I did. It's death. There's nothing illegal about that. And I should know. This isn't exactly the first time I've made this deal, and it won't be the last.
Gotcha. How about you give me my money or I'll tell everyone about your
There's a
scam?
reason everyone else who bought my way out has kept it quiet. And it's that they didn't want everyone else to know just how foolish they'd been. Do you?
I mean, sure.
Oh, I think it is. Pleasure
I'm just
doing
gonna
business with you.
Leave that alone. But now I have hemlock.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his three
buyer beware.
braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again.
Scoot him.
You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
He really likes his garum. An ancient Roman cavalry helmet with an enclosed face mask and plume made of dyed horsehair. Indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Haven't been up here yet, so let's... Orpheus's stuff. Ah, he's got the fish disc. If we didn't know already, he's a Christian. A phallic charm thought by the Romans to have divine protective properties. Let's just put that down. Yeah, I figured the way out is death of some description. Note from Kabosh. Kabosh to Kabosh. I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having, and she said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. It happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Kerti, and told me he'd dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know. Who is Kerti? Carving of a lion. It looks Egyptian. Strange old vase printed with geometric shapes. It's definitely not Roman. I wonder where it came from. It's also full of sand. This, I think, is somebody else I haven't talked to yet. Maybe. So what's going on here at Diana versus Apollo thing? Let's see. Alright, well, that's all of those rooms. We've been up all those.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Centella. I haven't slept right 3 weeks.
I have to learn who the overseer is. So... guess I'm just going to... Lights back on base again. Georgius.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Indeed. You'll have to excuse me here for a second, though. Whilst I do some sneaky
How come
sneaks.
you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Because I'm special, and I'm not going to go around murdering random people with it like a gladiator might. Should I leap of faith in, or should I continue sneaking in this way?
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on eggshells, yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. Yes, from my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of... a day of celebration, I hereby announce a day of celebration in Pomona.
Is there a way into the second floor from over here, or just no? just borrow this.
Delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Alright, let's go to the second floor. I am going to be a little bit of a snoop, though. Note from Ulpius. Ulpius to his lost love, may God watch over you. Please know that I held on as long as I could, but without you my life is meaningless. I only hope we meet again in Gan Eden. Ah, so he's another one of the Christians. There's quite a few of them here. Note from Julia. Julia to her captors, Melius and Claudia, curse you to the depths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead, because death is preferable to another day in debt bondage to you. May vultures peck out your livers in Tartarus for all eternity. And the lovely Hemlock, of course. How has the election not happened yet? Ah, there's the stairs. He's got fancy carpet. Oh, hello. Those are some
I'm
fancy
not supposed to be in here.
curls. Can we talk?
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me?
Why are you locked in this room?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
What's your story?
I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm
I don't know.
receiving strange
Some
women
people
in
would be very
private.
excited by that. Do you know anything about Centilla's
The
disappearance?
dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child.
You're hiding something.
Well, I've had quite enough of this. Domitius, come quick.
Oh, fine. Do you realize you're supposed to be... What highlighted? There's something else that highlighted over here. Weird. Ah, the election is on now. Yes, Domitius, come find me. He's no longer out here. Which means everything's about to go to shit.
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius.
Oops. He was kind of not there. She has a secret from Malleus about me? About him? Okay. Is she gonna actually talk to me, though? Steal the
I
resin?
need to call Domitius. Get out.
Okay, stealing resin. Running for the resin. Let's see, market. Over here.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Everybody hide!
Hide!
Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh, well, that's convenient. Okay, so we have several leads to follow out of that. Let's do it.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Let's see. I already got the resin already. Do both? Okay. So Rufius is becoming agitated.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at Rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it.
And I need you to stop Fabia
All right,
from
let me
entering the
see.
empty shrine.
Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
If we survive long enough, sure. Good. I like him. He doesn't answer or doesn't ask a ridiculous ton of questions. Oh, that's not ended up going. Okay. Perfect. All coming together.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium, but that Culas cubulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick,
Okay, cool.
give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
I think she just poured it on her face.
Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally.
Okay.
That was extraordinary.
We got
How did
this.
you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Yep. Honestly, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself.
The 4 tablets that
she
go on the
might
obelisk.
even be able to
Yeah.
thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
There, the shrine is now collapsing. Excellent.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Cool. So, excellent. Talk to Yulia. That's right. She can now actually talk.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
Can I ask what happened to you?
As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please,
But the students
no
having
more
problems
questions.
again. I want to know how someone poisoned you without breaking the golden rule.
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Is that who poisoned you?
Please, just leave me alone.
No, she poisoned herself.
I don't want to talk about it.
I can't help unless you tell me what happened.
persistent as Nemesis, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I
And I am
can tell
persistent
you,
as Nemesis
but
from
it's a long
Resident Evil.
saga.
God, all the time in the
Right.
world.
I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Oh. Why would he lend you so much money?
I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was?
Hemlock, right?
You figured it out already. I wish I'd been so astute. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time.
Ah, she's running a
Of course, I
scam with
demanded my
Malleolus.
money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her.
Yeah.
And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Of course they had. Did you try to get out of it?
Of course. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the Golden Rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my
Sounds like
hands
them.
and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock.
I see.
I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself.
Really sorry about this.
I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
So what'll happen to you
When
now?
I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly,
What if I
it would have been
shot them all
better
with
if the
golden arrows?
poison had been allowed to run its course.
Can I do anything to help?
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the Golden Rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
I have a better idea. How much would it cost to buy your freedom?
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am.
Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so,
maybe
I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
I'm gonna go help him
I doubt
too.
you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Well, let me see. I'm actually not terribly far away.
Citizen.
Well, he's hanging out. Run faster. Run faster. We might get there. Oh, talk to Claudia and get Malleolus' secret, then come back to Julia and to save Lupus. Okay. So how do I get the secret out of Claudia? Because she really didn't seem to want to talk to me.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored.
Okay, so it's difficult to pull off. How am I supposed to manage it then? What am I supposed to do here? She's used to power. Okay. Well, let's give this a shot.
You're not supposed to be in here.
My bad. I'll be going now.
I should hope so. This is outrageous.
Oh, okay.
Why are you still here?
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Do you know way out of here?
Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave.
Why are you
My
locked in there?
marital affairs are no concern of yours.
Oh,
Thank
ask
you
about
very
Scintilla, okay.
much. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child.
And last time I said that, I pissed her off, so... Am I still missing something?
The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child.
Okay, okay. So I can't talk to her quite yet.
Finally.
So I can go talk to Malleolus right now, though, I think.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a
Yep, no,
hefty
he's very
tribute,
obviously
so you
the
must
dude
have
the
been
assassin was looking
desperate
for.
to see
That is a
me.
very green eye.
Well, what do you want?
What's your story?
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
What will you do if you win?
I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny.
And how are you going to do
By
that?
declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
What makes you sure it's not real?
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
It's definitely real.
Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Well, let's see. Let's start with, I found a book called The Myth of the Golden Rule. Whoever wrote it obviously died because they refused to accept the Golden Rule.
You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you?
I'm reliving
What?
the same day.
Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable
Oh,
soul
boy,
taken
another
in by
person who doesn't
Sentius's
listen.
machinations. He won't get away with this much longer.
That's fine. What would it take to prove to you it's real?
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing
No, it's
it
called
down.
fiction. If I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, then accepting it will make the city a better place. Isn't that a good thing?
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means
And
giving
your
them
freedom
the
to continue breaking
do as
laws and
they
scamming
wish.
people and enslaving everyone that's here. But anyway.
True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
So... Do you know anything about
Of
Sentilla's
course not.
disappearance?
But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city?
The way you say it is, like, ridiculously slimy.
Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius
I haven't been
says
there yet,
he
that's
saw
right.
a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you down there.
Indeed. Obviously you don't believe in the Golden
You mean
Rule.
the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants?
Do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
And continue to borrow money from you, so that... all this. Anyway, you're Quinctus.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye, one blue eye, just like the description in this execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens.
Yes, but Nero isn't looking for
I like to
Alexander
think
the
it
Great.
is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
There you go. Apparently, Quinctus also just suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
I can't prove it to you yet, but I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
I would like you to withdraw from the election, please.
Are you insane? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because as soon as you win, you're going to break the Golden Rule.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule.
Of course not. Of course not. You're going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death by gladiatorial combat.
How could you possibly know
How do
that?
I know that? Because I know the future.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
Okay. Greek lion statues. Interesting. I'm just gonna nip upstairs and... have a chat with your wife.
Why are you still here? The dainty little thing from next
About
door.
Scintilla again?
Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child.
No. I can't talk to her about that yet? Oh, there is. Oh my god, I'm blind. How would you like some help getting back at Malleolus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think Malleolus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
We women have to stick together.
I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Well,
just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Nothing? I have no questions.
So you'll help me?
I have wine already.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
There you go. Excellent. From Quinctius to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I'm with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become this city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you at my side. Ips.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Do I want to hang on to it, or can I get another copy somewhere? Is it easier to just keep it? Okie dokie.
Another copy? No, 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 no! This can't be happening. What? No. You You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie to you.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
Bye-bye.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to
Joke's
walk
on you,
or
lady.
eat
I'm
or
already
drink.
cursed.
May this drag you to the depths. Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
Certainly. I believe I've acquired everything that I need. Let's see. What do we still have to do? Ask him. I feel like I've done some of that, but apparently haven't asked enough people. Domitius. Oh, I need to talk to Domitius anyway. Perhaps the priestess might be able to help her. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk to Malleolus again, real quick.
Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out.
Well, no, he doesn't. He doesn't want to talk to me again.
What now?
Okay. So I have two things. Do you know anything
Listen,
about
I
Cynthia?
don't abduct women.
Okay, so that
They
was...
come to me, and they keep coming back, if you know what I mean.
Oh boy, you have high opinion of yourself. Yes, subtle, but I think I know what you mean. Are you the one threatening Virgil?
Do I seem like anonymous threats are my style?
No, actually, I'm quite amazed that you can write. Do you speak with Ulpius?
He's not here.
Where is he?
Dunno. The little Caput murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but if you find him, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him.
Indeed.
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Yes. Watching. Oh goody, and the other person I need to talk to is up here as well. Both people.
Keep an eye out for
Great
Scintilla,
Temple
would you?
majestic?
Y'all
What
talking
is
to
it,
me at the
citizen?
same time. Are you the one threatening Virgil?
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
So I'm gonna have to bluff my way into that unless I get more evidence. Anyway.
All right?
Although if they're talking about it being one of the Christians, it has to be Rufios.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting.
Well, I found patterns, so we're
I'm
going to
not
talk
sure
through those.
why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else?
A river.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Memory lapses.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
Yes, I did.
And Did you happen to catch her name?
Karen.
I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood?
She's wearing a hoodie.
Because I've seen her before.
How did you know that?
There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
All right, I'll meet you in the
Don't
baths.
follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Yes, apparently around here, that's bad. Yeah, I'm going with her. I just was taking a moment. I've already taken care of the assassin. So that's all good. Oh, and because we're also having what's his name do all this for us, he's going to be real popular with everybody. It all works out in the end. Oh, yes. The lovely baths where I dropped into existence.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
Yup.
Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change.
Just a dead person.
Feels
Just an
like
average
I've
dead
spent
person.
my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This place is the underworld.
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all.
Some progress.
Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been.
Oh, so who's trying to help us
Father
is
of
Persephone.
Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if
Must
you have
be.
questions. So
I mean, we landed in
I'll
her shrine.
try to
Makes
answer them
perfect
if
sense.
I can.
So we're dead.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
Interesting. What can you tell me about
Oh, I'm
Karen?
sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman or even Greek,
I'm an
you would
archaeologist.
know
I
these
damn well
stories.
better know these
Each
stories.
of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Okay. Why didn't you all recognize Karen immediately.
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kurti, and Rufius
Kurti
described
sounds
meeting a
Egyptian
stranger
to me.
named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress.
And
But
Kamut
whatever
Tabal
form this stranger
sounds-
took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and
Maybe
their
a
name
Syrian?
always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll
All the
solve
Ks.
this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Indeed. Why are there so few people here?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Were you trying to keep this from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings.
Yeah, she's
but I
ranting
would
about all the
never
people
have
stuck in
figured it out
Tartarus,
without
rolling
your
hill,
help.
rolling stones.
I promise you.
Drinking water. All
Now
right.
that we know where
That's
we
it.
are, we have to figure out what to do about it if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular
Here we
about
go, all the
heroes
heroes.
in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Can we escape the way we came in?
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
You seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All
Is it
Romans
like the
try
Voldemort
to
thing?
avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Gotcha. So, I'm not gonna be the confronting head-on, but,
Is everyone so blunt where you're from?
Yes.
That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
No, I am not. I just have a magic electronic device. I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. And even that lamp of yours looks like something Prometheus might have stolen from the gods. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day.
That would be
But
a weird
first,
sentence.
You'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The
He is
problem
Voldemort.
is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole.
Okay.
I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it.
4 plaques.
I'm not sure if
Gotcha.
you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques,
I think
I
I've seen a
imagine
couple
he might
of
be
them.
willing to receive an audience
Besides the one in
again.
the cell. But, you know, God knows if I can remember where they are now.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple. A dedication
Oh, come on. As
to
an
the god
archaeologist,
of
I
this
should know what the
place.
hell an obelisk
You'll
is.
find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Okay. Alright, let's go down the list. Only seen Doolies and maybe there was one in the Christian shrine, I think. Yeah.
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their
Well,
beliefs.
seems like we
If
definitely
I
need to
were
get the
you,
key from
I'd go looking for them.
Rufius.
Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year,
Not
so
well.
finding them won't be easy.
Tell you that.
But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Okay, so Greek.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the Forum.
So that's the one that's in Doolies, I think. Find the Egyptian plaque.
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
I already looked in his room, but we'll talk to Aurelia.
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way.
Okay, that works.
As I
Escape?
mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale.
Okay.
It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
So she might be willing to work against him to help us?
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor?
Okay, also...
Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
So, interesting. He uses the statue's eyes and ears and listens through them. So why are we standing in this hall of statues having this conversation? Anyway, I hear the female statues whispering to me every now and then.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia.
A little
Can
bit,
you
yes.
tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted,
let's go.
it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Not yet.
Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth.
Sure, but let's get started, please.
Right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Yeah, I'll start.
In any case,
with
time
Livia
is
first.
of the essence, so you'd best begin.
Yeah,
May
no kidding.
Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
No, I'd like both, please. Alright. Let's get out of here. Wade against the current. So go up the aqueducts. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Right, things to do, things to do. People to see.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad.
I don't know why I took the back way caves. This, but I did, and now we're here. Oh wait, this is somebody's house. All right, I can get up here now. Let's just do that. Oh, well, maybe I don't need the key after all. Ah, hello, Roman plaque. Pluto, Dispater, father of riches. I'm just gonna borrow that. We all know what that is. And the stone disc again. Huh. Really? Might be religious in nature. Never would have guessed. Alright. Easily handled. Oh! Ow. Apparently that just hurt. Oh, let's put that away. Talk to you in a second, Livia, because I did just want to double check that I got the things from in here. Oh, it's Dooley's doll. Oh. I did not actually go in there. Went in everywhere else. Alright, Livia.
You,
You're
Tadmus,
fine.
just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
I figured it out. I know where we
Say
are.
it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane.
No, everyone else is
I
just
had
living
to
in
tell
denial.
myself it
Don't
was
worry about it.
true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant
Tell me
verse.
all
There
the
is a
secrets.
downward path, gloomy with
Ah,
fatal
this one
yew
again.
trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment.
Yep, we've seen them.
I hope I have done it justice. And now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you,
Take a
friend.
nice long soak in the bathhouse.
I think I should rest.
Clear of assassins now. Okay. You.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia. And I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Yeah. Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person.
How dare you? Get away from me, you
I think
pig.
I just ruined my chances. Oh well. I'll find our dude another way. Let's see, this is Horatius. Galerius for magistrate, countered by I would rather drink Aurelius special brew. Interesting. Okay, let's find what's his name in this room again. Yeah, this is incomplete note. Have I not been in here? This is your final warning, sinner. Oh, good. Yep, Rufius. We knew it. We figured it out. Lucretia. Okay. Haven't seen anything else in here that hints at his whereabouts, but I think he probably went down in the cistern as well. Okay, you guys are doing the freaky look at me thing again. We're leaving now. Let's just take care of this one. Is this even the right direction? Or is this back in the cave somewhere? I think I'm back in the caves, but oh well. Oh, not quite. We're over here. We're over here now. I read this one? Yeah. Why? My question is why? Ah. Oh, all my money back. Wasn't that nice and convenient? That was a little nerve-wracking for a second there. I think we've been in here, and there was nothing in here. Right. This gets me into the marketplace, where our good friend Rufio is, but I need to talk to our delightful Greek friend here for a second.
A fellow traveler from a faraway. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to.
Okay.
My friend.
Do you know where I might find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Douli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people.
In the cell with him.
And besides,
which, in order to make that happen, we have to get
happy. So I say,
our other buddy.
I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Okay, thank you for the information.
I hope that our
We're leaving
paths
now.
cross again soon, my friend.
Ah, perfect. Rufius is going to be right here.
Citizen. Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints.
Okay, that's maybe a
And
fair
the pain
excuse for being
starts
grumpy.
to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth.
Okay, just as long as you're done doing it, we'll all be good.
With the willow bark, I'm
fix all the
already
problems.
starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti.
Oh, gosh.
Just
yeah, it's been... Oh, God, it's been
forget
almost
this
6
ever
hours
happened.
already. Wow.
Will you?
I was really hoping to finish this because I was going to do Hellblade for Halloween. I don't know. I was going to try to finish the game. I don't know how much is left.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it
I don't know
worked.
about how long is left, Old Abe.
How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm just reliving the same day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
How so?
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long
in that
time
case,
ago.
I
For daring
might
to think he could outsmart
just
the gods,
call it
He
soon
was given a terrible punishment.
and
He was
pick up
forced to
again
push
and
a
finish it
great
off on
boulder
Friday.
Up to the top of a hill.
Um,
Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom.
so
forcing
that we
him to
can
start
still do
over
Hellblade on
and
Halloween,
over
along with
over again for all eternity, just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there
we're
are
doing
a bunch of old
Forewarned on
stories about the
Minx's
gods
Halloween stream
punishing people by making them
as
do
well.
the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The
Yeah, that
Melodies
was
had to keep
Tantalus.
fetching water in a sieve.
I met her
and
too.
Ixion
She was
was
at the
strapped to a
fountain.
wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side,
Yeah, I was
at least
looking
I'm not
around a
stuck
lot
in the
more.
underworld like they all were.
RPG habits, sticking my nose into literally everything. Go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Thanks, Galerius. You're a good man, Galerius.
Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right?
Yeah.
And if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Why, thank you. Yeah, let me close out this quest and then I'll probably call it for the night. And we'll pick up with the rest of it on Friday. And so then
Salve.
Hellblade next Sunday. And also multiplayer Halloween stuff.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Thanks. Don't worry about the threats. It's just Rufius and he's never going to hurt you.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
I found an incomplete note in his house.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky.
Oh, trust
We're lucky
me.
you didn't cross any lines.
The lines.
Have you
They're
spoken
way
to him
further away
about
than
it?
you think. Yes, and he won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? How did you manage that?
I found a treatment for his rheumatism, which was making him agitated and compounding some other personal issues.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. I think he wants to help clean up his graffiti
Really?
too.
That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Alright,
Nice
bye.
to talk to you.
I need the game to save. That's all I was really hoping for, but it didn't look like it worked.
Citizen,
Oh, he's actually doing it. That's really cool. Is there a way to tell it to save? Oh my god, there is. I was just expecting it to autosave constantly, and that I couldn't save. That was my bad. Alright. So we'll pick up here, clearing out the rest of our leads, as it were, on Friday. And then, yes, if you're free to join us on Sunday at 6 p.m. UK, we're doing some Forewarned as part of Meeks's long Halloween stream. And then at whenever that gets done, I'll probably hop over and be doing Hellblade on my channel. So, thanks for hanging out, especially people who stuck with me to the end, because that was really long, and I really appreciate you guys hanging out. I kind of expected it to be a little shorter, but I'm really enjoying all the mystery and solving all the tiny little things and finding out that the golden rule is a lot more lenient than people thought it was. But I'm having fun, and I really want to get to the end of this. So we'll do that on Friday. And thanks again for all the help, Old Abe, because your guidance has been very, very helpful, and I have a tendency to wander off and do things. So thank you for keeping me somewhat on track. Anyway, I will maybe see you guys on Friday, and if not, see you on Sunday for some Halloween fun times. That is next Sunday, right? Yes, it is. It's sneaking up on me. And again, thank you all. I'm going to guess that nobody is online for me to raid. That's definitely true. So I'm just going to end it here. And have a good one, guys. And have a good week. See you guys later. Bye.